Welcome, everyone. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm just popping my chat window out for YouTube. For some reason, when we first opened everything up, normally it comes live in both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. And the biggest challenge was that Twitch was getting the stream and YouTube was just getting a black screen. So just kind of funky, didn't know what. Finally, we just backtracked, um, stopped the stream to YouTube and restarted the stream to YouTube a couple times, and finally it did. So, all right, you're playing Discord on schedule, but you're forgetting to stream.
Oh, yeah, you're playing, but you aren't streaming anything. It's 9 a.m. It's time to stream.
Oh, well, yes, I've been playing pretty much most of the morning. I've been kind of thinking around with finding Mercer spheres and dying a dozen times trying to do that, and learned a little something about eating in the middle of a fog, the poison fog, so that I could get the Mercer sphere. So I'm collecting the Mercer sphere at the same time that I'm eating, at the same time that I'm dying, hoping that I get the Mercer sphere fast enough so I get it in my bags before I die. Finally, after the third attempt, I did succeed in getting the Mercer sphere. But right now, I have my bags all collected, and bags all full of stuff to build more platforms and stuff, and plan on continuing to get the coal plant up and running, at least as far as it can be running at this level. So, all right. Icy Knight says, have this Prime sub. So, Icy Knight subscribed now for 4 months, 3 month streak. That's crazy good. That's neat. And Winter, ex-Winter, or Wintier, I'm not quite sure. Hey, how's your day going for you now? It's going better now that we're live with YouTube as well. So, the social experiment project AI bot. What?
That's a gentleman.
I love your shirts. So much and for good information for new players. Well, thank you. So we have our first YouTube chat. You're the number one chat on YouTube at this point. That's good. We still only have 2 viewers
On YouTube.
on the YouTube live stream.
Yeah, I hope we didn't mess up all of our notification blasts. We will see.
Yeah, yeah. I do have 2 cats sleeping. One is sleeping on my chair right next to me under this arm, and the other one is sleeping right over here on the desk with his paw right over his eyes, sleeping away. We're slowly pushing them out of the nest and having them, go hunt outside during the nighttime. So they tend to want to sleep when I'm streaming, and that's a good result. That is quite a good result. So, do not mind, do not mind my username. Okay. DB says, I think I'm both.
Probably YouTube and Twitch.
Ah, okay. That's cool. That's cool. Alrighty. Alexa, I'm glad I'm home. Twisted my leg today badly, so I'm in pain. Oh. Alexa, be careful. Be careful. You don't want pain to become your friend or your frenemy, whatever you want to call that. I just live with pain constantly with all my injuries and all my, replacements and stuff. There's nothing I do that doesn't, that I don't have to consider the amount of pain it's going to cause to do it. So, all right, I am going to head on over to I think I know where I'm going. Oh, right. Am I? Okay, made it. Made it down here, and okay, I'm headed toward that marker.
Let's let them see what you're doing.
Yeah, let's let them see what I'm doing. Yes, let's do that. I'm sorry I didn't signpost that. I
And
am running toward the where I have that marker. You see the marker just above where it says new marker? You see the spire up there. That's where I'm headed. And I'm not sure quite exactly how to get there from here by walking. So I'm hoping I don't get too far off by following this river. This is a dead end though over here. Daggone it.
so Ictasintrosi, first time chat says, found you from your shorts on YouTube. Good to catch you live, Doc.
Thank you. People find me on those shorts. I just need to keep putting out shorts so that people, find me.
Yep.
That would be a good thing.
And we just barely put out a new short today on YouTube.
Yep. In fact, we put out this short. Oh, we've got a first time chat over in Twitch again too. Ictacentrosi.
Yep, that's the one I just read.
Okay. Interesting name there.
Alexa says, having a high pain threshold helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, it does.
That's the silver lining to having a lot of pain all the time, I guess.
There is no silver lining to having a lot of pain.
Okay. The saving grace? I don't know what you call it.
All right. There's where the marker is, so I need to get up here. Okay. I do like being able to jump higher with these. But that doesn't mean I can just willy-nilly jump everywhere. And I hope it's not over a cliff over here. It probably is. Which just means that if this is the direction I have to come, then I just need to make a ramp from here down to there before I die, not after. How about that?
Subscribe for more tips from Doc.
Subscribe for more tips from Doc. There you go. Okay, so there is that part of the ramp, and we can go ahead and jump down here. And
AI bot says, did you know that Coffee Stain has hidden some Easter eggs in the title screen?
in the title screen,
That I did not know. I'll have to look for them.
Alexa says priority mergers are a gift from my rocket fuel plant. She's seen this. She's seen the short, I guess.
Yeah.
Output of compacted coal and easily return to the compacted coal belt and save me a power outage due to the blender being full of compacted coal. Okay. Very good.
Yep.
That tree there, and can I get rid of this tree here? Nah, I'm not close enough.
And Trumpkin says, can't wait for dimensional depots.
No kidding. No kidding. That's kind of where I'm at too.
And that's great, because once you have dimensional depots, you'll never stuff your pockets full of useless stuff ever again.
Yeah.
Right.
How well did that work?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Okay, so I need to get up on the platform and continue building out the platform and find my other coal power plant. Find my other coal mine. Okay, there's my ramp. Now this lake was supposed to be kind of that shape. Is it really that small? Is this lake really so small that I'm only going to get a few more? Because I only have those three, and I think I put one other over here. Yeah, one over there. So yeah, it's just this little neck here, plus this area over here. Just not much room to put a whole bunch of extractors. So I'm going to be limited probably in the amount I can extract here. The amount of coal I can, the amount of power I can make here based on the fact that I've got a limited amount of water. Which means I can just ship the coal back and use it for my steel plant. So that's not such a big deal.
No, that's a good idea.
It's just I'm going to have to pick and choose how much I want and where I want to use it.
Dan's Almighty asked, how did you get the beam at the crash site?
Oh, this here?
Mm-hmm.
If you hit M, here's where I am, of course, and here's where the marker is, this beam that you see. And so what I did was I just took new map marker here, and I can then click anywhere on the map that I want the marker to go. And then once I place the marker, like there, then I highlight the marker, that gives me the beam. So, and then when you click apply, you'll see a beam wherever that marker is. Now I'm going to remove that particular marker because I don't want it. But that's how you get the beam so that you can get back to places easy.
Unfortunately, you can only have one at a time, which is...
Really? I thought you could have multiple.
You can only have one beam at a time per person. So if I logged on, I could put down another beam.
Because I know when we were out searching for things that we...
You know, I might be wrong about that, but
Well,
I think we can only do one per person.
gosh, I thought you put multiple beams out.
Yeah, I see Knight confirmed it, yeah.
That what?
You could have multiple markers, but only one beam per person. Yeah. Yeah, we went on a big hunt in our last world where we were leapfrogging each other, marking beams.
Yeah, one person was looking at the map doing the finding, placing a beam, and the other person would come and do the harvesting.
Yeah. And first time chat from KC Diggs
Cool.
says, I wish you could have multiple beams in different colors.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Different colors especially, yes.
Make it feel kind of like Minecraft beacons where you can see more visually around the world where you are, find your home base easier, that kind of thing. And Confidence here says, hello all.
Okay, picking up the paleberry, and there's a slug around here somewhere. Come on.
Yes, caffeinated.
Oh, am I being insulted again?
No, you're not.
Oh, okay.
Caffeine says, "We get it, Robert. You want to play Minecraft right now." I haven't, but like, I literally didn't play the game for about a decade, and I've been playing it again, and that's just where my brain is wired right now. So I just did.
Huh.
Gotham says you can. It's probably in the tree,
Yeah, possibly.
whatever you're looking for. Caffeine says, "Now you're about to play the game for a decade."
Yeah, you just might. And I'd be
So,
how old by then?
well, right now
I'll
you look
just-
like you're 50, so you'll look like you're 60 by the time you're done. We're done.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Mozzarella says, "Good morning."
Good morning.
And our friend Social Experiment Bot asks, "Who's the one talking with you?" This is the first live stream I've seen.
Aha! Well, introductions are in order then. All my period of time that I've been YouTubing, which started with a tech channel that supported teaching, because I teach at a university called Lindenwood University. All that time, I've had an editor. My editor is the other voice you're hearing.
Hello.
His name is Robert. He is my oldest son, and been my buddy for a long, long time.
Yeah, so now I hang out with him on live streams. And in like the Gigafactory videos, if you've been watching the long form videos, I'm usually in there flying around him and bugging him during the videos. So for this solo series, I'm sitting back and getting some editing done while Doc plays, and I just get to read chat.
Yep. He keeps me grounded on the chat because I'll tend to get focused on the building part, and even though the chat windows are just right next door, I'm looking at the chat window now, so they're not that far away. I just tend to not notice some stuff going by, unfortunately. So,
There was a particular point in Doc's first series, in Update 8, where he was happily playing. This is before I ever joined him at all. And Doc was just happily playing along and doing stuff and just hadn't recorded anything for a month. And suddenly I pull up the new file because he got way ahead of me because I was busy with other things. And so I was a couple of episodes behind. It didn't matter we were a couple of episodes behind because we weren't live streaming. And I finally look at a video. The timestamp is a month after before. And so we actually did an episode where I joined him in the world and said, "Look, you've been playing for a month without anything, and you just come back and start showing us a new thing. What you been doing?" And it was a whole lot of fun.
yeah.
And basically,
Episode 38.
Yeah, episode 38. And ever since then, we've been playing together.
There's the slug. Okay, come on.
Not enough space. Oh gosh, Doc.
Well, the slug is more important than the bacon a guard right now.
How about you eat the bacon and garlic?
Yeah, that's right. I can pick. I can. See, you right click to eat when you're out of space. What?
Now you gotta put the nuts back in your hand.
Gotcha. Can I put something on my head or on my body? I mean, those are extra spaces, aren't they?
Caffeinated says the beeping is going to make him go back to the psych ward.
Something like that, anyway. Okay, so where is my ramp? Ramp is well below me.
So Squished Fox, first time chat over on Twitch. Hello.
Hi there.
Says, just want to say hi. I'm coming from YouTube videos, and I love the knowledge and energy you bring to streams and community. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I do have a very different style from a lot of other streamers. I don't scream and yell at the screen. I don't get all excited about things. I just play the game based on its technical merit. So, all right. Here is where we're going to put the coal power plants up here. So I think just start laying out the coal power plants. I need to figure out first. Hello, bird. This is a useless bird. It doesn't fly. All it does is sit around and open its beak.
I have to, yeah.
You can't even kill it.
No.
Can't even get any decent stuff off of it. Anyway, what were you going to say, Robert?
I don't remember.
Oh. What?
Oh, I guess you can kill it, they say.
I'm missing a rotor. I have to have rotors. All right, let's see if I can just throw out an equipment workbench there just so that I could at least, not an equipment bench, but a crafting bench.
So funny enough, yesterday during this live stream, Doc recovered a bunch of stators from the ground that's at a crash site. And then yesterday afternoon, Doc's working on the house here on the property, and we're rebuilding it on the site of an old barn that's been there for 100 years, and so there's tons of junk in the ground. We're constantly digging up old stuff. And what did we find in the dirt?
We found an old stator that had been extracted from its motor and just rusted in the ground.
Not nearly as useful as the stator we found here in game.
Not nearly. Definitely not nearly. All right. I can put this power slug there too. Okay. So let's make some rotors here. And it takes rods and screws. Let's see, it says I can only make 22, which means I can only make 2 power plants.
Yeah, I might need to go up and build a small factory before you can get all this built.
Yep.
So I'm gonna butcher your name, but somebody named Uber Smysek says hello.
Hello. There was a comment that I think Caffeinated made.
Okay.
I must have scrolled off the screen. Okay. The beeping is going to make him go back to the psych ward. Bionic skin implants, fully Borg by the time, like a gonk in Cyberpunk. And he says, oh no, Doc's completely lost all the training he was going to keep away from his addiction. Mean collecting biomass? Yeah, something like that. All right, let's go make a couple power plants. And then we'll
So Caffeinated asks, what will the members stream be this week? So just to kind of let everybody know what our schedule is generally, we stream every week, Monday through Thursday at the same time at 9 a.m. Central U.S. time. We've been streaming for about a half an hour to give you an idea what that time is. And this week we will be streaming Monday, Tuesday on Satisfactory. Tomorrow we'll be playing Minecraft for a day, and Thursday we'll be back to Satisfactory.
Pioneer attitude metrics. Reminder.
And then Friday, the member stream will also be Satisfactory, and that's done through our Discord channel. That's a perk that anybody who becomes a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch can do, but only if you've linked your account to Twitch, or sorry, linked your account to Discord, and then you can come hang out with us in Discord while we record our next week's episode. And this week it will be another episode of Satisfactory. In fact, the debut episode of Doc Solo Saves the World. Yeah, and then next week will be a Minecraft week where Wednesday, Thursday will both be Minecraft. So,
Okay, phew. I hate missing the Minecraft member stream. How else will we watch Doc assemble a barn?
oh gosh, that's gonna be so much fun because I got a replay of that whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to including that section.
The what do they call it? The cheap seats.
Yeah. Because so Doc plays all of his Minecraft episodes on the member server. That meant that yesterday or last Friday when he went to do a build in the shopping area, everybody came to join and watch.
Uh-huh.
So
Literally making a place, like kind of like box seats for everybody to sit in and watch. What'd you make the box seats out of? Was it mining carts?
yeah.
That's too funny.
It's not quite done. There's some trim bits to do on it, Icy. We didn't finish the windows and probably some decorations around and stuff, but it's close.
All right. I'm really lost when I don't have portholes. Just the idea of just punching a punching a lift straight through the floor.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
gross.
just
Gross. Don't want to do that. Oh, but such is life. It must be done. See what that looks like underneath.
So LLE is the social experiment project. Okay. Cool. So he swapped over to his main account. Cool.
Okay, solar flares here.
Hello. And Brian Brady says, ironic, I'm finishing up pipework for my 52 generator coal power plant. And see you live also working on coal power.
Yeah.
Holy cow, 52. That's big. Gondelgrim. Unfortunately, that was 25 years ago.
25 years ago for what?
Referencing hanging chads.
Oh gosh.
That we're at a point where there are people.
Miami-Dade County, Florida.
Yeah. There are people who vote now and have voted in multiple presidential elections who weren't alive when that happened.
Yeah. That's true. Sad, but true. That is just too funny.
Fix-it pipelines can contain any fluid, including the water necessary for coal-powered generators. Note: Water does not flow upwards by itself. While water extractors provide some lift, to truly defy gravity, consider the use of pipeline pumps.
Okay. I will consider the use of pipeline pumps there. Okay. My coal-powered plant.
So Alexa says, I just made my modded save game on Paradise Island, where I have 3 iron, copper, limestone, coal, and sulfur on the island, and 2 quartz, bauxite, SAM, uranium, nitrous, and 3 oil. Wow. Where is Paradise Island?
Is there a pipe not straight? There is a pipe not straight. I didn't even notice that. And I'm being yelled at in chat. And I didn't know why. I go, wait a minute. Wait, I'm straight. That one's straight. Just this one didn't get straight. There. Now it's straight.
Much better. The tiny island in the southwest corner. Huh.
So, a tiny island in the southwest corner of the map?
Yeah.
Must not have seen it yet. Okay. So, I've got the pipes there. I've got coal. It could be connected there. I have to go back and get some more supplies. I'm already out of reinforced iron plate.
Oh, I know what island you're talking about, by the big waterfall. Okay. Yeah, this is in 1.0 because Doc was having some resolution issues. For some reason, Doc's game didn't want to be in 1440p. And kept on being super wonky.
Yep.
Like, the cursor would display as though the screen was in 1440p. So he couldn't actually click on a button. He had to go to the right and down for the button to actually click on it, and trying to actually select it, but the Windows recognized he was out of the screen and would try to minimize it, and it was all messed up.
Yeah, it was all messed up. All right, let's go see some water here. See if we can get some water. Oh, another coal. This is my normal node. Let's throw a miner on here. Okay, creature, get out of the way. Okay, so I've got all four mines accounted for now.
Okay.
And frankly, we're just going to have to transport a good amount of this coal up to our power plant, up to the home base.
Well,
unfortunately, I'm just thinking things through here.
Yep. We actually stream at 1080p. Doc's monitor is 1440p, but we only stream at 1080.
Right. Yeah, I have a larger screen monitor, which, helps me.
And everybody likes a bigger monitor.
Absolutely. Actually bought this one for Mama Doc, but he didn't take to it well, so she preferred the smaller monitors, which I thought was interesting. Okay, so I'm going to put the water.
TrumpKit actually says if you use the V key to ping for coal, it will ping on any node that isn't covered. So if you find any nodes that are really close to you, okay, they all say that they're covered.
Yeah, that's all four of them. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, I had found 4 on the map, so.
Okay.
And then there's one, farther away, 940. But, so anyway, yeah. That'll be for another day.
LLE, you are correct. Doc does not play with VSync on.
With what on?
VSync. it forces your screen to show an entire frame all generated at once, so it lowers your frame rate, but it prevents screen tearing.
Okay. Screen sharing for who?
For you.
Okay.
And I would guess because you're watching at a higher frame rate, it doesn't really register to you as much. But with them, they might see a little bit more because if it chooses the frame with the tear, they see it for longer.
Interesting. Okay.
And HD Cummins says exactly what a Cummins owner would say. Time to get yourself a vehicle, Doc.
Do you prefer diesel?
I actually don't think I've ever driven a diesel truck.
Yeah, you probably haven't.
And Zerdio ZTV says hello.
I do not like the fact that they're drawn, that these pipes are going across the lake, because that's definitely going to put a crimp in my style and
Putting more of them. Yeah.
putting in any more water extractors. So it's kind of like I want to route these all, but gosh, my pipes are so wimpy at this point.
Yeah.
You know, Mark 1 pipe, 300 meters cubed.
Uh-huh. And Julio BRZ says, needs more foundations.
Yeah, do need more foundations.
Well, I mean, you have to go up to the platform above you, don't you?
I do.
What if you just extend your platform over the water, so
And then
instead
just
of
go straight up?
and just go straight up?
That's an idea.
And frankly, Frank is here. Says, good to see you finally turned all your leaves into biofuel. Now it's time for coal.
Yeah, working on that. Yeah, so we'll just go straight up with all these pipes then.
In Doc's first playthrough, I think I teased him for 5 or 6 straight episodes where he'd go on like an hour-long journey just chainsawing everything for more fuel. And now you're having to hardly do that. You're blasting past it.
Yeah. Yeah, because we got the solid biofuel going now, and in fact, all of my all the constructors creating biofuel right now are just all backed up because I've got plenty of power, and I've got plenty of not just plenty of power, but plenty of biofuel being made for that power. So all right. How far over do I need to be? Quite a ways over. What was that? Concrete example 5 XP? What is that? You didn't see it on screen?
Sorry, I wasn't.
I just gained 5 experience points for using a bunch of concrete, I guess.
Can we get a clip of that? Oh, it was an achievement. Oh.
Yeah, an achievement.
Can somebody clip that real quick? Send us a clip. Oh, Captain is at 10,000 foundations in place. Cool. Squished Fox says people don't just chainsaw the whole grasslands down.
Yep, obviously people like Robert don't. But
Nope, I do what Icy Knight does. I just use nobelisks.
then you can't harvest any of the goodies.
True. That's a the feature, not a bug.
Okay. All right. So if I now have the ability to. Okay, GS Tyrant, first time chat. If you play the 1.1 experimental build, you'll be able to continue that save when it's released it officially. I never asked the question, but my assumption was yes.
You should be able to, yes.
That would be a real loss on the part of Coffee Stain if they let you play a 1.1 experimental and then suddenly you couldn't use it. Okay, so if I put a pipeline here and go straight up, you think that I can do that, Robert? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And then you'll just put pumps on it.
Would be interesting. I don't know how straight up that is, but yes, I will have to put pumps on it, so I might as well just do that now.
Ice Knight says if you use the horizontal to vertical mode, it will guarantee. It'll guarantee that it's actually vertical.
Okay. Okay, so change this R, 2D, noodle, horizontal to vertical. The problem is I can't see where this is going. Great.
Well, you can always press back up or press H.
Or I can get rid of the stupid weeds in front of me. Can't get enough on the screen.
Well, just press H when you have it pointed to a place that looks good. Press H, and then you can that'll free your camera to look around and see if it looks good down below.
That actually worked.
Okay, there you go.
Go to the next one.
Okay. Well, Icy Knight, I completely agree. Steam is superior to Epic. However, if you are an OG and you bought Satisfactory back before it was on Steam, then you have a Steam copy.
Yep, and I have a Steam copy.
Or you have a Epic copy, sorry.
Epic. And I have an Epic copy.
Yeah. I actually have a copy on both. So there.
Why do you have a copy on both, Robert?
Yeah, just like Megalith. I got the copy on Epic a long time ago, back when the game was early in development. But I got a second copy on Steam when it was on sale for really cheap. So I could have a camera always in the world to record stuff. So a lot of those third-person views you guys have seen came from that character. So Redstone Ninja commented a little bit ago that according to the online map, there are no resources on Paradise Island. But Alexa says that over on Twitch just recently, I got all type of material on the island and got myself all the items you can get on the map, Mercer Spheres, the Summer Sloops, and the Slugs. And now wants to see how compact you can make the factory to finish in and how quick. So,
Okay.
cool. Sounds like fun.
Yeah. Okay, I'm missing rotors again. Okay, so I need to go see what it's going to
Early
take.
game, yay!
Yeah, don't you love early game? Okay. Go back to hand. Don't you go back to handcrafting.
He wants you to build a rotor factory. Come on, Doc.
Look at all these pipes just coming up in miscellaneous places.
Hmm. So we started a new experiment today. We are releasing our shorts. Our short today, 2 hours early. You guys see it popped up at 9. And hopefully our YouTube connection issues didn't hamstring it at all. But we will see for the shorts how many people stop by after watching this short. And if that brings in a few more people. So your short may be popping up on your notification feed a little bit sooner than usual.
All right. I have another bot down by the crash site. And if I don't have screws there, I can't make rotors, so I need to go back and
Are you all out of rods?
I'm all out of screws to make rotors.
And then you'd have to make a whole bunch of screws first.
Yep. And no screws there. So I'm gonna
If you
take
have
all of
rods, you
this-
can always handcraft your screws.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yay.
Yeah. Yay. This crash site just didn't yield a whole bunch of stuff. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it yielded some fairly critical stuff. You know, like some copper sheeting, which I've used to make the pipes with. They all came from that crash site. So, by the way, scanned the first hard drive, and that did that a little bit off stream. Do I need to be recording this, Robert?
No.
Okay. Did that a little bit off stream.
And what did you unlock?
And unlocked wet concrete. So that's a
Huge.
pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I see that it says, yay!
For the wet concrete?
Yeah.
Right, well. See if I can just make just enough rotors. Then I think I need to make a trip back. So if I'm going to make a trip back, I'm going to put power poles from here back there. And let's see if I can bring power here and get things started. I of course, need power for the water extractors need power to start the generators, the coal power plants, and then go from there. Uh-oh. I'm being told to stop handcrafting.
So, from what I understand, you can't unlock any alternate recipe until you're at a stage when you can use that alternate recipe. So the blender is a much later game item, and Doc doesn't have it yet, so we would not be using it.
Alexa says, "Be careful, Doc. Making screws by hand. Your hands will still be twisting when you try to sleep tonight." Probably, maybe that's why my hands are so stiff from yesterday.
Probably. Nothing to do with hanging an electrical box and twisting copper wire and
Yeah,
nothing about that.
nothing to do with that. Okay, let's go. I can make 20 rotors, so let's do the 20 rotors and then go see if I can make those.
Icy Knight, is there literally a bug for this very specific thing? Gosh darn it.
Megalith says he feels tired.
Yeah, I was pretty excited about the progress that the Megalith made yesterday on the text-to-speech app.
Okay.
Soon, you guys will be able to chat and talk as Ada in Doc's head.
Be an interesting change, believe me. All right, I need to go down and I know where my platform is. It's between those two walls. Okay, this pipe doesn't have a pump on it. And do logistics. Pump. Believe this one doesn't have a pump. Excuse me.
So, Doc,
Okay,
the natural lift on those, I don't think will quite reach to those. So I think you're gonna have to put those first bumps quite a bit lower.
Okay, so why is it giving me rings then?
It will all.
I mean, the rings were the same no matter where I.
Yeah.
Now the rings got closer together up here.
Yeah, but that's.
Well, if I'm not getting water, I'll deconstruct them, put them lower.
Yeah, I think you have to. Typically, the natural lift only takes it a little around to the height of the machine itself.
Really?
Yeah.
So I'd have to put it more down in this position.
Yeah. You'll. Oh, actually, and look where the ending ring is at the top of your screen. It looks like with Mark 152, you're just gonna have to use 2 pumps.
Okay, so, but it doesn't tell you where the ending lift is on the mark. I
Yeah.
thought it was 20 feet. 20 feet.
No, it's 10 meters.
or 20 meters, 10 meters.
Yeah.
And 10 meters is only the height of 2.5 wall sections.
Yeah.
Okay. Part of the problem is. Okay, fine.
Doc, do you have signs unlocked yet? Because we have
Signs?
3 names for you to place.
I do not have signs unlocked yet. So if I put one here, I would want to deconstruct this one put this one up here next to that. Okay, we took care of those two. Dumped it again.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
And so when are we going to be able to daisy chain power to multiple devices rather than having to... I mean, power from this device to that device. Someday, we can put that in one of our wishes and wants videos, right?
Yeah.
All right, where does remains go? There. Okay,
Unintentionally, yes, Trumpkin. Doc has bounced on the giraffe.
yes. And I've flown the big bird in the sky too, unintentionally.
Unintentionally. It didn't make it into the final video, but when we were building the Pass It On build in the Gigafactory world, Doc accidentally got carried away by a drone.
Yeah.
He was just hovering in the world, drone picks him up and goes.
Yep. All of a sudden, I'm way off the platform. I've lost power with my my hover pack, and I'm falling, and I didn't know why until I looked around, and all of a sudden, here's this drone leaving the area. So that was too funny. Okay, so I believe that's the new marker. Where is home? The hub goes up this direction, so I'm going to start stringing power poles from here, I believe, up that direction. Actually, I could go up that ramp. Yeah. Okay, a power pole's going to start here at the bottom. Start with a power pole here, and we'll start stringing power. I'm heading home.
Oh, okay, Icy Knight's heading out for a bit.
Okie dokie. Thanks for coming. Hope you come back.
Yep.
I wish there was a clear, distinct path. Of course, I'm making a more clear, distinct path by drawing the power line.
Right.
But there's definitely not one.
Yeah, now that Icy Knight's gone, Archon says, now you can build messy.
Yeah,
The Inspector General
my
disappeared.
QC guy's gone now. Caterium ore. And another, looks like copper, possibly there under that rock there.
And Solar Flare says, you really need to make a rotor factory.
Yep, I do.
But, no! Okay, good. I thought there was a glove there. Nice slugs.
Yep, we'll be overclocking in no time.
Nice. Well, our tip from today is off to a nice start.
Oh, good.
Yeah, good number of views. So, yeah, I'm really excited for the priority mergers.
Got a suggestion.
Yeah.
Got a question. Should I take a nice cold Corona or a nice glass of wine to enjoy Doc's struggles? Because I don't drink any form of alcohol, I'd have a hard time choosing between the two because I've never tasted either one. So, well, actually, I could say I've tasted wine at one point in my life, but don't anymore. Okay. I need to get
How about a
down.
nice, calming herbal tea?
There we go. That would work. Okay, where's power pole again? Power pole is going over that direction.
And we have a good morning from Epic Louder.
Fantastic.
Hello,
Glad
hello.
to see ya. Yes, and Mana Trinita. Okay. It's a message
And Epic
there.
Louder says lemonade on hot days from Fresh Lemons. Absolutely. Okay, I got a good story about lemonade. Well,
Oh.
okay, it's not about lemonade, it's about orange juice. When I was living in California, we had a friend who had an orange orchard. And unfortunately, the truth is that when you are selling fruit or you're selling anything you grow, there's a lot of stuff that's perfectly good food that you just can't sell because it's not pretty enough.
Uh-oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Kill it. That's the last thing you have to kill to get the remains. That's the last bit of remains you need for the man.
Yep.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. It is unclear where on the flora or fauna spectrum it lies, but initial data suggests this might be a nest or an egg. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Anyway,
They don't hurt you?
well, yeah, but you're in peaceful.
Oh.
Anyway, we were given 4 huge bags, probably about 50 pounds of eggs. And, not eggs, sorry, orange juice. Oranges, and we made orange juice out of it. And I tell you what, drinking full tall glasses of orange juice, like 3 glasses a day for like 3 or 4 days straight, that's a lot of acid to put in your stomach.
That is.
Anyway. Yes, caffeinated, he's still in passive mode. Hey Doc, you should change that to passive mode.
I think I'll pass.
That's actually something we talked about instead of kill Doc when in this series. we just do hostile mobs for 10 minutes in this series.
And see how I avoid it then. Hey,
Yeah. What do you think? No? The frantic head shaking. No, 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 no. And first time chat from 73 Twitcher.
okay. Cool.
Says apparently in Arizona, cannabis drinks are big now. That's too bad.
I won't be finding out how they taste either. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now I know where I'm at. Now I know where I am. Get rid of the preposition at the end or whatever it is. Dangling participle. One person. I remember one person's comment. One time, when they saw my builds, during release 8, the one comment was, "I can't believe you're still using Mark 1 power poles." And I understand him now.
Yeah, yeah.
Says, I just made it work, that kind of thing before.
And now they're just painful.
Now, yeah, exactly.
Manu Trinita says, I just discovered Obsidian. It's so helpful to help plan a factory.
Obsidian?
So I know of an Obsidian. It's a note-taking app, more or less.
Oh, it's not a resource.
Yeah. Is that what you're talking about? Because I use Obsidian all the time, and I love it. Redstone Ninja says, yeah, weed in Arizona is getting pretty bad. My small kitchen wall constantly smells bad because my neighbors smoke it consistently. Good thing I'm moving to a nicer area in 2 months.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And I always wonder about the secondhand smoke issue when you're talking about cannabis.
Yeah, well, I guess it's just so weird because on one hand, they've banned smoking in public places, banning smoking in restaurants, banning smoking everywhere. At the same time, legalizing cannabis in those same places. Like, yeah, tobacco smoke is not fun, but cannabis smoke is detrimental. But it just feels so weird to be moving both of them in opposite directions. So, anyway. Caffeine says, oh my gosh, I think that update 8 comment was mine. Glad to know I've been bothering Doc for so long.
Okay.
Oh, that's so funny.
I mean, that's totally possible. Totally possible that it could have been yours.
Starlight Lumi, first time chat on Twitch.
Fantastic.
Says, I don't know, I like one power pole per machine. It's easy to hook up everything. and saving the Mark II for special occasions.
Give me a Mark IV or Mark III or whatever the one is. You can hook up 10 devices to one
There you
machine.
go. See, now Garrett uses the lower ones, but he likes to always put a trellis above any manifold, and every single machine connects to its own port on the trellis above. So every single one connects directly up instead of like a spider web that we end up getting. So he uses the lower level ones because they all connect vertically, which I think kind of works.
Yeah, it does.
So yeah, so Manu Trinita is talking about Obsidian, the same software I use. That's interesting.
What is that software? What does it do?
So it's like it's a desktop note taking software that has linking a lot like Wikipedia type of linking. So I use it when taking notes when we're playing role playing games and stuff. So it's like I just met a character and I know their name, and when I write their name down in my notes, I put brackets around it. That automatically turns into a link. Now I can click on their name and write details about that person. So
Interesting.
it allows you to take notes very easily, and it has a ton of plugins and extensions for all sorts of stuff. But if you're trying to plan stuff, take notes for stuff, it's really powerful.
Wow. Well, I've got a few reinforced iron plates now,
Nice.
finally. But very, very slow because my, you know, definitely don't have the capacity here. Because it's starved for iron plate. Yeah. So I would need to overclock the iron plate here.
Well,
But I'm not
and
getting enough ingots.
That's barely getting enough ingots.
And I worked on fixing that a little bit by pulling 2 different lines here. But I
Oh,
mean,
boy.
the conveyors are so slow that, you know, there's just no help for it until I get better machinery. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Got another yellow one. And I can go I'm going to take the yellow one back here. So I can get rid of that. Didn't find any more Mercer spheres, unfortunately. But I can get rid of the leaves, the mycelia.
And Megalith says, as someone who has ADHD, I hate taking notes because I never look them back again.
And frankly, I was the same way. I never took notes because I tended, if I started taking notes, I would miss what the lecture was about. And so getting the lecture was more effective than the notes because I rarely ever went back to look over my notes.
See, when I watched lectures, I took notes, and then I never studied because I didn't need to. Taking notes was enough for me to remember things.
Okay.
But if I sat there just listening, my mind would wander and I'd get too deep into whatever. And so yeah, I have tons of notes from college, but I never studied. So
Okay. Okay.
The remains researched belong to a
And calling it
crab-like
note-taking is
organism
only
hosting
kind
the
of
larva
part
of
of
the
the
flying crab, the most
part of the
mature of
use
which
for
hatch when
obsidian.
threatened.
It's also just very
Hatcher
good at planning.
remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal
Caffeinated
options
says,
for
"Okay, boss,
improving
taking my lunch
pioneer
break. Be
safety
back
during
soon.
exploration.
Okay.
No nonsense while I'm gone, okay, chat?"
We need to get to where you can hear hear what's going on screen.
I'm sorry. Am I talking over 8 a lot?
Yes,
I apologize, guys.
because I just unlocked something, and yeah, you were responding to caffeinated and such. So,
Yeah, maybe I can just rearrange things so the screen from the stream PC is next to my other screen.
there you go. That might
so I can see it
might
easier
work.
because I have to rotate a full 90 degrees to see that other screen.
Okay. Interesting. So we can research alien DNA capsules, and once we get alien DNA capsules, we can. There's no use for them except sinking them for a lot of coupons, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. I'm going to check my sync down here.
And Alexa said, "So my best friend got this game that he told me to try out, Satisfactory. Now we're to expense further. I'm at 1,100 hours of playing. What would be a suitable play? What would be a suitable punishment for my friend, or should I buy him a cake?"
Buy him a cake. Definitely buy him a cake because you found a game that you liked. Definitely found a game you liked.
Manu Trinita says, "For me, note taking is a way of learning and helps me see the big picture of what I'm trying to do and the next step is."
Yeah, that works too for me. Um, the note taking part a lot of times will reinforce it's the idea of two senses. You write with your hand, you hear with your ears, you see with your eyes. um, I tended to be more of an auditory or visual learner, so I would tend to hear and memorize fairly quickly the words that are being spoken. um, so taking the notes was redundant. And then visually, I read a lot to learn, and I would see the pictures that like math lectures would do on the board, that kind of thing. So the notes at that point became redundant, which is not really cool, but that's the way it was. I have a whole 12 coupons, folks.
Oh, nice. I started using Obsidian, like I said earlier, because of role-playing games, but also when writing or when doing any sort of creative thing. I've tried so many tools online that are purporting there to help you build worlds or whatever, and the problem is that you're always trying to fill in somebody else's boxes, and I hated it. Every
Uh-huh.
single time, it's like, okay, cool, create a new character. Awesome. I'd love to create a new character. Now tell me what his father's name is. I don't care. Now tell me what his ethnic heritage is and what his religion is. Don't care. And it would ask all sorts of super silly questions, like hundreds of different questions that don't matter. But I also hate leaving a box blank, and so I'd go down these stupid rabbit holes that don't matter. And I was able to get rid of all of that by going to something like Obsidian, where everything I wanted to have a link to go to a new page to add more detail, it was just readily available. But anything I didn't want to add more detail to, I didn't have to. And so it's kind of like, for me, it was that perfect balance of being able to be creative and give me an outlet to write more and do more when I wanted to, without needing
Without
being
feeling
forced.
like you were forced to.
Yeah,
And that's the whole point, is that you felt being forced. And that's the way. Like, for example, I've got this software called Novel, that it's spelled Knovel. The
Yeah.
whole idea is that it's going to help you write your novel. The problem is it's the same thing you just described. All of a sudden you're creating a character, and you got a bazillion things to fill in about this character, some of which doesn't, like you said, just doesn't matter at this point.
right.
At least at the point I was writing, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
All right. I have 12 coupons, and so what can you, conveyor holes? I can buy one conveyor hole, right? That's not unlocking them, is it?
No, that's unlocking. Yeah, only the final category parts is giving you stuff. This is unlocking them.
Okay, and at least Mark 1 power outlets, which gives
Yeah,
you the
wall
double.
outlets. Yeah,
So
that's nice.
yeah, this
That's a definite must.
and put that in the cart.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we only have 12. There you go. Pipeline 4 holes and wall attachments.
It's only using one at this point. They should decrease the number available. This is 3 items, but it's not using 3 coupons. So they need
Yeah.
to provide more information over here. So anybody, should we use the wall ones?
Yes.
Wall ones too.
Yeah.
So let's
Alexa
see.
says the Mark One wall ports are a waste of tickets. The Mark One power outlets. Yeah.
Why do you say they're a waste of tickets?
You're gonna be upgrading everything anyway later. So maybe it's just deal with crappy tower, and then replace them later. But that could be the first thing to toss if you run out of tickets.
Okay. Organization.
There you go. Display sign bundle.
You want a sign or two?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Do
Well,
I?
we got to label. We have 3 factories to label.
We have 3 factories to label. I've used 7, which means I can get the larger display sign bundle,
Okay. Yeah.
or the label sign bundle and throw away the wall port. So I can throw away this wall outlet and get both of these. So vote online. Which one? I think somebody has already voted this one off the island anyway.
Oh, Alexa notes that if you unlock the Caterium line, you can get to a Mark II power wall power output for 4 tickets.
Okay, so let's get rid of this and get both of these, or just the one and come back.
Just the left one.
Just the left one?
Yeah. For right now, we just use small labels, and then we'll jump all the way to the big stuff when we have more.
Okay. Okay, so far I've used 6.
Okay. What else do we have in organization? Can't do lighting yet. No.
And I don't care about the customizer.
Where do we get
of
the
this
mug?
mod.
That's under equipment. There we go. Gotta get the mug.
Okay. Okay, so far I've used 7.
Cool.
Which means I could pick up the big signs for 5.
Sure. How about that?
Yeah, there's my 12.
And grab your mug.
Where did you leave your lizard doggos? What's in this storage container? Where did you put the essential components needed to save humanity? Do you wish there was text to prevent you from constantly taking the wrong turn? Disguise your struggles to comprehend the complexity of your surroundings with signs.
Disguise your struggles. Okay. Okay. So over here, did I unlock everything over here? Okay. I got all of those, so we're just waiting. I just need to make the alien technology there. Still haven't found a SAM yet. But I can't unlock that because I don't have SAM. Caterium. I have Caterium ore someplace. It's in a crate someplace.
So getting Caterium and Sam are both good upgrades right now.
I need to manually make some rotors or make a rotor line. Somebody's already voted online. Oh. So, what do I need to create rotors? I'm gonna hop over here to the wiki and just figure out what it takes to make a rotor real quick. Okay, a rotor can be done in an assembler or craft bench. So it's screws and rods for an assembler. So I am going to come over here. I'm going to place an assembler. Throw down an assembler. I'm going to throw down a... Look at all those new signs, Robert. Gosh, look at all those beautiful new signs.
Love it. Okay, now that you have some signs, you do have to name a few factories.
Yeah, I'll get to it just a minute.
Oh, okay.
Give me a bit here. Screws and rods. All right. I have rotors being made. And okay, I'm going to come over here and okay.
Alexa says, "Thank you, Doc. I bow down to you for your wise decision to not waste 3 tickets on the Mark 1 wall mounts. They're kind of a waste since you upgrade so quick, too. And early game tickets are hard to come by."
Okay. Okay. Yes, early game tickets are hard to come by. Okay.
Okay. Oh, stretch and hydrate, Doc.
Stretch and hydrate
You
both.
have been playing for a while.
Yeah, I have been. And my hydration is here. Peach today from Walmart. There we go. Peach. There we go. Oh boy. Okay.
Did you show the map to everybody, or
Did I show the map to everyone?
yeah, is that what you were bringing over, or is that what you were?
No, I was just checking to see if I wanted to try to put some modular frames together over here, and I could do that. But
Oh, okay.
what kind of quartz stuff do I need to make organization here? Let's see, a label sign here. I'm missing quartz crystal. Okay. And look, I have got a full container here of quartz crystal, of raw quartz. So guess what I can do? What does it take to make quartz crystal here? It just takes a constructor, is all. So I'm going to resume game here. And put in a constructor. It is lined up with a container. there. And I'm going to make quartz crystal here. And I'm going to pull it from power from a pole right here. Boom, boom. And put a container here, and I will have
Alexa
I'm
says
just-
if you put a splitter before the constructor, then you can make one for both silica and quartz crystals.
do I really want to do that?
It's up to you.
I'm not finding a need for silica. Do I need silica for signs or anything? I need silica when I get to aluminum, but I don't think I have a need before I get to aluminum, and that's a ways away still.
Okay, I don't recall. There's always more nodes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm having to move some hardware around. Hopefully I don't unplug anything while I'm working on it.
Okie dokie. You better not. I'll flog you after the stream if you do.
Well, the stream definitely won't die. The question is if the stream will go blank or mute. Blind or mute, maybe. Right here.
Okay.
Oh, did the stream just go blind? No. No,
Yeah,
it's back.
you blackened my screen for a moment.
Oh.
I haven't had that black screen for a while.
I'm hoping that. I have no idea what that was. To be honest,
Okay.
I have no theory of what could have caused that. Especially now that it's going away. There we go. Crystal oscillators are needed for signs. Okay. Do crystal oscillators use silica?
If crystal oscillators need silica, I'll put a splitter here.
Okay.
No. Oh, wait. Ignore me. Those don't use silica, Archon says.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So yesterday we had the kid coming in here 3 times wanting to play. Now we have adults coming in here looking for him to see if he came in.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Now let's see if we can put a sign label on these. This one is for screws.
There we go. I like labeling.
Two. Let's put a sign there.
Maybe
E to configure.
Ada is right. That it's just for our failing memories.
Uh-huh. We can always take the sign back off. There we go. Screws there and it's here. Okay.
Hopefully you guys aren't hearing too much background noise. Hopefully our noise cancellation is helping out with that. But it's springtime and we live out in the country, which means we are mowing lawns every single day.
With a riding mower that has a 52-inch wide mower deck, it's still are mowing all the time.
Yep. Yep, we're working on making a spot because I have a fenced-in yard behind my house, and that's where we keep Freya so she can run around and have her own private space. So we're looking on getting a gate in there so we can get the riding mower back there because man, it's just enough that if you're mowing it by hand and there's a bunch of trees back there, if you mow by hand it takes like 2 hours, but man, an hour or so. If you use a riding lawnmower, it takes 10 minutes. It's just like, I'd rather use a riding mower for that section. But man, we keep running Freya the way she does back there, though we won't have any lawn to run her on. Garrett has started to move around the yard more to run her different ways because she beats down a path so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a 70-pound dog, right? It's quite the claws digging into the ground. So.
Okay. Okay. Well, we've got a lot done now. I'm getting off track a little bit. What was I here for?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
What had I run out of? Oh, I did want to do the upgrade for power slugs, but I still have 2 in my. Oops. I moved the MAM over here.
Oh, okay.
Power slugs. I did want to up. Oh, we needed the rotors for updating that. That's what the point was.
Oh, okay.
And then I can make power shards.
Nice. Those will be useful.
Yes, and I'm sure we have a few rotors over here. 42 of them at least. See if that's enough to get some basic stuff done anyway. Yep, research that. Okay, and Ada's talking now.
Research completed. Yellow power slugs are further into their life cycle than blue power slugs and thus have more potential energy stored. They can now be processed into power shards.
Okay. So I've got one yellow slug. I probably don't have enough to make a power shard out of it. I have enough to make 2 power shards.
Nice. Yeah, because yellow makes 2 each.
I can make. Okay. Okay, and I've got more blue slugs over here.
Ooh, nice. 10 blue slugs. Holy cow. And Caffeinated has returned to a relatively nonsense-free chat. Good to see.
Yeah. Okay, that was quick. Okay, so I now have 12 power shards, Robert.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice, nice, nice.
Okay. Now, let's see. Another thing I wanted to check on.
I'll be back in a few.
Okie dokie. Let's see. Okay. Let's see the MAM here and see the DNA capsule. Okay, the DNA capsule I'm not unlocked there. So I need to make the I need to make the alien DNA something or other before I can. Then I go for here and good. All of them are counted the same. Okay, good. So I can research that. All right.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for fix-it coupons at the Awesome Sink. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet.
Since you're the only place that buys them. Okay. I can have 6 more inventory slots if all I have to do is get more wire, more cable. That's a plus. That is a big deal. Okay. So, I can go over here. I can make 13 alien DNA capsules. That's pretty cool. Well, you have to admit that makes you the highest bidder. Yeah, it makes you the lowest bidder too. Yep. Not quite sure. What was I gonna make? No, it was in the MAM, wasn't it? Yeah, it's the MAM to unlock this. I needed. Oof. Oof. Oh no. I blew that one, didn't I? Okay. I made all of the alien DNA protein into capsules. That was dumb. Okay. That was dumb. Gotta go kill some more beasts. Okay. I've got to kill some more beasties. I need some more beasts. I want more slots. Killing a friendly beast doesn't count, unfortunately. They don't die very easily either. Didn't realize there was fog there. There we go. Another beastie.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Robert returned.
I return. Has caffeinated done anything crazy?
Not that I noticed.
No? Well, I mean, he was pretending to look out, look after chat, so.
So, Alexa and I have been kind of talking back and forth about the highest bidder, and I said, well, that makes her the lowest bidder also. Speaking of Ada.
Oh.
And so she comes back with, that's something that cracked me up in Pirates of the Caribbean, where you do look, where do you your loyalties lie with the highest bidder? I got a ship. That makes you the highest bidder. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, I don't have my minions doing the menial task. You're right.
Yeah. I need to rewatch all of Pirates of the Caribbean. I loved the original show, but yeah. I know it felt like they sort of lost the plot there near the end, but
Yeah, and then they lost Johnny Depp too, so like
yeah,
utter stupidity.
yeah, that. And we just got a subscription, Zombie Slayer Mister, subscribe with Prime.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That does help us to pay the bills.
Ooh. Nice. Alexa says, I need to rewatch them too. Give my new receiver and speakers a test run.
There you go. Yes. Whenever Robert kind of exclaims once in a while, because I've got a good, a fairly decent subwoofer and speaker set on my computer.
Uh-huh.
And so every once in a while, Robert hears an explosion. He remembers, oh, that's right, you've got the decent speakers.
Yep. I'm still looking for a series that's available for free on Amazon Prime Video, so we can do a Twitch stream just watching a movie.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
Somehow I've wandered around the forest and ended up wandering into where I'm building the coal power.
No. Duck also really loves having heavy bass. Like, his bass is has always been higher than what it should be. But then you give him a good subwoofer, and it's fun.
I mean, you need to hear the big bass on those explosions.
Yeah. If the windows don't rattle, then it's not enough bass.
Ashley, well, thank goodness the windows don't rattle. They need to be solid so that they stay sealed. But...
Sure. Archon says bass feels good.
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
Feels good. You feel the bass. You know, and when you get in, when you're watching an adventure movie and there's something happens on screen and you can feel it instead of just see it, just hear it. Yeah, it just makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah. And Caffeinated says he'll stick to his $200 headphones.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those work really well too. There's a time and a place for both, you know.
Mm-hmm.
When you want a theater kind of experience, you get the bass with the subwoofer and the speakers. If you want more of a private experience, you use headsets.
Mm-hmm.
So that works.
I'm sad because I recommended to Doc a nice pair of wireless earphones, but he doesn't really care for them. But I love them. They're big and bulky is the problem. So, Caffeinated says that's how I feel about the noise canceling. It really changes the experience. Yes, it does. And Manu Trinita says, totally agree. Like in the cinema with the boomer and speaker under the stage, I think is the word you're looking for. Under the seat. Oh, speakers under the seat.
Yeah, because subwoofers sound wise have a particular trait about them in that it's hard to hear, it's hard to feel or understand intuitively where the direction of the bass is coming from.
Yeah.
So putting it directly under your seat, putting it in the back of the room, putting it in the front of the room, it really doesn't matter much. That bass just permeates everything. So yeah, putting it right under your seat, awesome. That is really quite the placement.
Arctis S7 caffeinated, as he says, is his headset. I'm a big fan of over-the-ear headphones as opposed to on-the-ear headphones. But the over-the-ear end up being pretty, Oh, SteelSeries. Okay. I bought a number of SteelSeries mice a while back, but I found that they fell apart pretty quickly. So hopefully, with that price point, they're higher quality than that. Mantrid says, when I was setting up my home theater, I did a subwoofer crawl to ensure it was placed correctly.
So describe a subwoofer crawl? Okay, so I should have water coming up just fine. Now I just need to find a pole that I can drag a power line over to the miners. These wimpy poles.
So Caffeinated got the S7 back in 2021. Never had any issues. They remain undamaged even after several years of Overwatch competitive raging. Okay. Yeah, I bought their MMO gaming mice back when I was really big into WoW, and I wore through 2 of them to the point where they just wouldn't click anymore at all before I finally gave up on SteelSeries. the mandarin says to do a subwoofer crawl, you place a subwoofer at your main listening position. Then you play a bass-heavy song and you crawl around the room to find where the bass sounds best. Then you mark that location and put the subwoofer there. Huh.
Okay, interesting.
And
So basically, it's just more of an intuitive, more of a manual placement of subwoofer based on the acoustics in your room and you walking around and listening.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Makes sense. And of course, the whole room to some degree is vibrating with and reflecting off the sounds, and so, yeah.
Because the acoustics of every room is going to be different, no matter no matter how you build it. You can't ever really predict how everything's going to sound unless you engineer everything perfectly.
Yeah.
And of course, if you buy a house or have a house built, you're never going to be able to tell unless you've engineered that.
Yeah. And Caffeinid's always been a Razer mouse kind of guy.
Ah,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
can understand that.
Razer's pretty good. I used to do Razer stuff, and to some degree, and I've moved over to almost purely Logitech accessories now. They just have the kind of features that I need now. And Androstea goes Corsair, girly all the way. Corsair. Garrett likes Corsair stuff. He has a Corsair keyboard, and between mine and his, I have a Logitech. He has a Corsair. They have very similar feature sets. And Archon uses Red Dragon mice, which is basically the knockoff Razer, if I can say that. But if they work, they work. Manage Granite says, I've been in a science room where the sounds were all canceled. And trust me, it feels strange to be in that room.
Oh, yeah. There was a particular tunnel that Boeing used as a demo tunnel for soundproofing. And you walked in that tunnel, and yes, it's creepy. I mean, you can't hardly hear each other side to side, much less hear any other noises or sounds, because you can't. It's just totally dead. And you're right. It gives you a really weird feeling when your body, your mind just can't get its head around the fact that you can't hear the things that you should normally be hearing.
Mm-hmm. Caffeinid says, I have pretty significant hand tremors, so Razer's heavier mice work much better for me. It feels like every other brand has to be Super Ultra Megalight 3000.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think it was the Razer mouse that I used to have that would have adjustable weights in it. And I always have the heaviest weight in my mice. I don't do Twitch reaction games, and so yeah, I like a little heavier mouse as well.
You called them Twitch reaction games?
Yeah,
Having to twitch your hand?
yeah, super fast reaction.
Okay. Okay. Should I reconfigure these pipes over here now to use the floor ports?
Totally up to you.
I mean, they're all on one side they're fairly much out of the way. I can build around where they're currently at, where they currently are.
Try to disassemble the top section and see if it disassembles only down to the pump, or if it tries to disassemble the whole thing.
That would be weird if the pump just kind of hung in the air.
Well, does it work the same way a merger and a splitter does, where it actually?
Where it actually splits it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so, but
Yeah, because if it, if it just destroys the whole thing, then I can tear it apart, put the floor ports where I want to, and just hit the floor port rather than worrying about the. And I can make sure I can still make sure that it's completely vertical, but I can place the floor ports at the end of the platform out there, and then do what I please with them, because they're all fairly close to the edge of the platform anyway. Yeah, I think I'm talking myself into doing it.
okay.
The only troublesome one is going to be this one straight ahead of me here, where it's so far in from the edge. The others could probably conform to the edge pretty easy, or I could just deliberately put them all out there. I keep on getting a call that comes in as telemarketer.
Huh.
And of course, I just refuse the call like I just did now. So, all right, I need to stand up and take a stretch. So I'm just going to leave the screen for a moment. I'll be right back.
Sure. I heard so Redstone Ninja says that Doc should get the new Dune Awakening game. It's a survival game when it comes out in June. We played this last weekend or the special beta weekend, and it was really fun. It's based on the book series, movie, whatever, of Dune, and its building mechanics are similar to Satisfactory. I heard some good things about that. Just a couple of shorts that popped up. And I love the Dune series, so I'll have to. I might buy it if Doc doesn't.
You might go ahead and buy it just anyway.
Just for myself.
Yeah.
I'll take over the channel and stream it on my own. I was looking on Twitter, and man, what people are being able to do with face replacement and live face replacement stuff. Maybe someday I can just impersonate you.
You could try.
It won't go well.
Yeah, they'd be able to tell.
You know your people. The people know you.
Yeah, the people know. It's the people that know me. Yeah, exactly.
Caffeine wants to know when we're going to get together and play Valheim.
Don't know about that one. Yeah, that's the way I'll do it.
Yes, Megala, I do.
Isn't Valheim more of a first-person shooter type,
No.
or more of the games that Garrett plays?
Valheim is a Nordic-themed survival game. It has building mechanics, but you're not building factories or anything else. You're just going out and harvesting materials, trying to build up your house, build up your equipment, survive, get better food, and then eventually you have to go out and kill some bosses out in the wild. It's a fun game. I've played it a bit. Garrett and Corey played quite a bit farther than I did, but when I got to be the bosses, I felt like I lost interest in the game, unfortunately. It has a really cool art style.
Really?
It's a very abstract art style, but it's neat.
Okay.
So.
There's where it was. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Malnutrited says Valheim is more of a combat game, but the construction is neat because it has structural stability. So, unlike Minecraft and Satisfactory, you can build out over nowhere. Every single block that you place, it shows you how well it's supported. And if you don't support it well, the whole thing will collapse. And so I was building a large house one day, and I wanted to put a second story on it, and I didn't put enough support pillars in the middle. And it's like, okay, I just need to do one more floor. This one floor will complete it, and the whole floor completely crashed.
So it actually has gravity?
Yeah, it actually has gravity for everything. It's kind of neat.
That sounds actually quite interesting.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I miss here is, build scaffolds in the air. Just build it up there and then knock everything out from under it.
Yep.
You know. It's like Minecraft, but with Viking. Scary and hard and less cubey. Alien Dawn is a fun game also. Oh, and all I need is more time, that's all. The one thing I'd like them to let me do is, there's those huge trees, like the ones over here. I'd like to let me cut one of them down. How much wood could you get out of one of those? Okay, well, Robert, it cuts off just the piece.
Huh. Okay.
The pipe is still there up to the pump. Now the question is, can I even attach anything to it? So, for example, if I go get pipe, can I pull it? There it did. And can I get it over then to my portholes? Where's my holes? Ah, there's my portholes. Okay. Let's see how that looks.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Here, can I pop you over to my screen and look on the big screen, kind of show you the art style for Valheim?
Yeah, just a sec. Just want to get into a position where I can see something. Okay, go for it.
So this is just kind of a general screen. You can see your character.
Uh-huh.
It's definitely a lot more detailed than Minecraft, but not quite realistic. The interesting thing is they intentionally go for a very pixelated look. So like you look at the shading and the shadow on this rock.
Uh-huh.
You see how that's broken up like that?
And the
then
grass is straight.
leaves, right?
What? And the grasses are straight.
Yeah.
To see by the rock.
So it's intentionally done that way, but it still has an artistic quality to it and showing you that's something you can build in game.
That's what you can build.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's pretty cool. And from a distance it looks great. And they've done and Caffeine says right, the graphics are bad in quotes, but the lighting is beautiful. And they do just such a good job at building a certain aesthetic
Yeah.
that despite it looking kind of pixely, it still looks really good.
Huh. Interesting.
So yeah, it's a fun game, but it is a lot more combat focused.
Okay.
Anyway,
Pretty cool.
and Caffeinated says it's one of the best looking games ever, in his opinion. And the truth is that Satisfactory, over time, will look worse because we'll get used to seeing better graphics, and this will age. Satisfactory will age poorly because of that. All realistic looking games age poorly.
Okay.
But Valheim will still look good because it uses an artistic style that doesn't depend on realism.
Okay.
But and they added new structures and blocking the air smoother. Interesting. I haven't played Valheim in quite a while. Yeah, Captain, I talked to Garrett about Firewatch. He quite recommends it. So we might get Doc into that.
Okay. There we go. Well, I managed to get all those pipes connected, and no clipping.
Nice.
By the way the the attitude of the individual lifts, and we're getting not enough water there. Did I not hook up that last?
And Trumpkin's back from lunch. Welcome back.
Okay. Wondering why I'm not getting a full pipe up here.
Yeah, you're hardly getting any in the middle. Is that facing the correct direction?
That might be the problem.
Oh, it... Can't tell. No, it's facing the right way.
Yeah, so and it's
Maybe
got a
that
power
lower
line.
one's just facing the wrong direction. Or is not low enough.
Maybe.
I don't know. So Sadney's said on YouTube and then over on Twitch, because I didn't read it in time. Why don't you go faster with sliding and jumping?
Because that's not my style.
Yeah.
That's probably the only reason it's not. I just totally forget that I can do that, and frankly, it doesn't seem to give you all that much benefit. Okay, it's filling
Perfect.
up.
Perfect.
It's filling up. Okay,
Nice.
good. Okay, and go around over here, make sure that this next ring, yep, that's filling up. Okay, we've got water, and we've got them all four right next to each other, so I can route them nicely when I get up there. Now this is this one's a pure node. So this one is going to give us 120 per minute. Okay, now it's time to start doing the math. Start figuring out how much coal to bring up here versus how much coal to just transport home. Wish I had drones.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is a poster boy project for drones. Simply the fact that it is so hard to get back to where I need to be. You've got to go up this ramp and over a whole ton of terrain to get there. To draw a conveyor belt all that distance is going to be a pain. So And, oh well.
Yep.
You
It'd be
do
nice to get them.
what you got to do, and then, yeah. Okay.
Wow.
He also forgets to sprint in Minecraft. Actually, since changing the buttons on my keypad, I sprint a lot more often.
Yep.
Okay.
Managernita says, I just watched a video about Satisfactory, and I'm a bit scared about managing trains.
Interesting. Yeah, I was just reading that one. And realistically, after you do your first two or three chains, got some hearts coming out from Beatrix. You do the first couple trains, and you find out that they're not as scary as they look. So,
They're just very particular.
yep.
Got to make sure that you put each station face in the correct direction and stuff like that.
Stuff like that. Exactly.
Okay. OBS is complaining that we were dropping some frames there for a second. Hopefully you guys are still with us.
Yep. Well,
Yeah, it looks like we're fine.
yeah, it looks like we're fine.
Good.
Okay, 45 meters. Okay, what happens if we...
Good. Trumpkin says we are still here. Good. Patrick D'Onofrio says, I always start off with the best intentions with my new factories, but I can't figure out how to deliver parts to assemblers and manufacturers in an orderly way. Are buses the answer?
Buses?
Well, like a delivery, not the vehicle type bus.
Oh, okay.
My brain is not working at the moment. As Caffeinated would say, my brain is not braining. A bus like what you have on a circuit board, where you have a line of conveyors that are all stacked together, and they all go in a certain location.
Okay.
They help quite a bit, yes.
Like a manifold?
Yeah, I think a manifold, you have the bus in the center with the manifold on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. I ended up with an disassembly crate over here, so...
Caffeinated says, glad to see my moron slang is rubbing off on Robert. Brain is not braining.
My brain is not braining. Okay. All right. Time to put a conveyor.
And hello, Redstone Ninja. Glad to have you back.
right. Got some portholes in the ground. Some pipes coming out. All right. Are we ready to start thinking about firing these bad boys up? Yep.
Alexa
The
says,
thing is, I'm trying to... Go ahead, Alexa says what?
why do I always lose my hard drive somewhere? I put it away in a box and then I can't seem to find it. And Trumpkin says, I dimensional depot them. I also have a research box next to my man for saved research supplies. Not a bad idea. Okay. What's up, Doc?
Well, what's up right now is I wish I could figure out... It tells me the water consumption.
Yeah.
Okay. The water consumption at 45 meters per second cubed.
Okay.
Cubed. But I've got to go to the wiki to find out how much coal.
As soon as you plug it in, it'll tell you.
As soon as I put some coal in here,
Yeah.
right? That tells me how many splitters I've got to have, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. Well, it's 8 per pure node. 15 coal a minute is what Zombie says. 8
15.
generators per pure node.
Okay. So let's see.
Alexa says Robert's new nickname is Bugs Bunny. What's up, Doc?
So that's Robert's new nickname. Huh?
Yep.
All right. Developed the hiccups about 5 minutes ago.
You know, the funny thing is he's Dad. I've called him Dad my entire life. On stream, I call him Doc because it feels weird to say Dad. On stream.
Yeah.
I don't know why. So I say Doc. And Doc and Dad are very close. The weird thing is now in real life, I'm starting to call him Doc from time to time. And that feels even doubly weird.
That would feel doubly weird. Okay.
Alexa says, it means you're growing up. I hope I'm growing up by this point.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm never going to start calling him by his first name. That'd be really weird.
That would be very weird. Okay. How should I configure? Robert, suggestions.
What's up?
Oh, get away. Set back down.
Catherine, it says, my mom called me Calf once. I'll never forgive her.
Okay, so I've got these ports coming down from below. Okay.
Okay.
Should I just take one port up there and have the splitters feed it? I'd rather have the ports just come down and feed from down here.
Oh, wouldn't vertical splitter be so nice right here?
They would.
Oh. You could just put a lift on each one of those, put a splitter, put it between them. Oh, man.
Yeah.
But why?
And I have a pure node right here, so this node's going to just feed the 6 that I have up there now that I can afford to make. So what I'm thinking is just I'm going to put a floor underneath these so that I can have some mergers that I can link into.
Yeah, Trumpkin says just make a logistics floor.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yep. Sounds good to me.
all righty.
I'm just working my way through the Minecraft video for Thursday.
I mean, why are they red? Why can't I build something there? Oh, that's right. The walls are red now. Excuse me.
You have hiccups.
Yes, that's what I said. As I had got the hiccups about 5 minutes ago, and occasionally I don't catch it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and Shano says, like Trumpkin said, you make a logistics floor, and then once you have enough resources, you can upgrade to vertical stuff when you can.
Exactly. Come on, I want to attach to the top of that. Great.
If you put your cursor right along the top edge of it, there's a couple of pixels where it'll do it correctly. There. Yeah, it's hard to get it to go. There, you got it.
All right.
It's
Yeah.
hard to do, H.C. Cummins, but it works.
Yeah.
Barely.
And I've got enough at least to cover this for the moment. So I'll put my splitters along here, put lifts there. Okay, here we go.
I think that one barely missed. No, you got it.
Yeah.
My apologies. Also, Caffeinated, I did notice a while ago that you helped button up quite a bit of the nether path that I put down. So, thank you for that.
Okay.
Ready for a stretch?
Nope.
No?
Just had a stretch just a moment ago.
You ran out so many more soon. Well, I finished buttoning up. I ended up started buttoning up from the other side. So I didn't even notice what you had done until. Well, unfortunately, I did a whole bunch of wooden buttons. I'm sorry, caffeinated. They are hideous, but you know, this is just a functional path.
So what are you guys talking about? Maybe.
Oh, I'm moving my base out in Minecraft. Moving my base out to where caffeinated is, and I was just getting the path built in the Nether, and he helped contribute to it to help complete the thing. So
Okay. Mark II can transport up to 120 resources per minute. 15. Okay.
sure, that's fine, caffeinated. If you want to do the shortcut path to your place, that's great.
Great. You can't attach a T to the. You can. You
I
can
don't know if
attach.
it'll actually connect though. I've never done it that way. I've always placed the whole pipe and then put the T's on afterwards.
Okay. Okay, come on. Why am I not getting it to draw out?
You have to click one more time, but you have to rotate it. Yeah.
Oh. I have to rotate it.
Yeah.
Right in the middle there. Okay.
Okay, no, before you click. So
Okay.
right click to cancel out of this. And then rotate your mouse wheel. There you go, to get it point the right direction. And you gotta click once and then click a second time for elevation and rotation.
Too many directions.
Yeah. Telemarketer again?
A number I don't recognize. Go that way.
Yeah, caffeinated pressure rates are the absolute worst.
Now I don't have enough copper sheet.
No.
I don't even have a copper mine
Oh no.
yet.
Wait, have you been doing all this by hand? Hand mining all this stuff?
No, I haven't. I found a whole bunch of copper sheet at that wreck down below the thing.
Oh, you just been
So I've
using
done
that.
everything with just that. So I just ran out.
Uh-oh.
Darn.
Yeah.
So I've got to find a copper node. Let's see. Drop that off. Drop that off.
Alexa says you should be able to unlock belts Mark III belts. Really?
How? I should be able to unlock Mark III belts.
Hmm. Hub research.
Alexa says, when those telemarketing people call you, you should pick up the phone and say it's done, but there's blood everywhere. Mark
Will you
III
be
is steel.
paid to dispose of the body?
Mark III is steel, and that's the one that I'm working on right now.
Well, you definitely need your power plant up and running to feed.
Yes, exactly. But at this point, I
steel
am
production.
dead in the water until I can find some copper and manually do some copper sheets so that I can get back here. So let's go find. Oh, come on. Hold down B.
Yeah, gotta get copper going.
Yep. $400 away. Yeah, those are going to be farther. So 400 feet to the south, to the southeast of me. 400 feet to the southeast over here. 400 meters anyway. Looks daunting to get over that hill over there.
Kind of surprised there isn't closer. Jumpkin says you have one node already. Maybe you can split it.
Where do I have a node?
Yeah. Didn't know you had a node. Old node on this dock.
Pardon?
He says right in your starting area.
Okay.
He says scan and look for the check mark. But Doc already did scan. Oh. That's really far away. Doc, you should check Satisfactory calculator. I'm sure you have a closer one.
All right.
Oh, he says you're scanning iron, not copper. Is that correct?
I went over here to get
No, I
copper.
think you're scanning copper.
Yeah, and going around this mountain, I'm still farther away. So yeah, I'm gonna pull Satisfactory calculator over here and see if there's one closer to my home base, possibly.
Okay.
And then I can just make copper sheet there and bring the copper sheet. Okay, where is...
Jumpkin says he was wrong, so...
Tons of mycelia around here. Okie dokie.
Yes, were you making wire, though? Which I think you were.
That's right. I have been making wire. So yes, I have been tapping a node back there. I just didn't make copper sheet. I was just making wire. Thank you for remembering that for me. That's why it's so much more fun playing with people around, with people watching.
Yeah. Pumpkin says, "Sure, I may be wrong, but I was slightly right."
Yeah.
Sorry about the noise that I have a fly because I'm landing on my toes. I think the stream can't even hear it. That's the kind of sound that should be edited out. Should be
Okay.
damaging
You
your
mean
eardrums.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. So I am going to head home.
Ooh.
You don't
Put
like
off
that,
there.
Robert?
Say what?
You don't like that?
It's a little off. It's okay.
Yeah.
Pumpkin says, "Gotta love those Blade Runners."
Yeah.
Definitely. You know, kind of what are the psychology of this? It's the game is obviously meant to be played at the speed that you can have while having Blade Runners, because you play 90% of the game with the Blade Runners on. So one, you could argue maybe you should just start at that speed. Blade Runners shouldn't exist. You should just have the speed that we have right now. But I wonder if, I bet if you actually started the game at that speed, then it would feel just too fast. And the world would feel too small. I bet the change to getting them suddenly just feels good, and they feel better starting slow and getting faster than always being fast.
All right. So I am just plugging into this line, putting a splitter right here. You know, ugly, but works. And dragging power. Oh, please, that hurts.
I'm sorry. These flies are just... Ugh. And what's this one making?
Copper sheet.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So we'll let that one play out for a little while. Go. Probably didn't even bring any of the hog remains stuff with me. God darn it. I did not. Oh, it's kind of interesting to me that the my containers are empty, except for this last one. Interesting.
So Archon Azrael responds to kind of the comment I had about the Blade Runners. Said it lets you, walking slower, it lets you adjust the world first before you start beating your head on the wall due to the exponential growth of the size of the builds.
Yeah. That's one way to look at it.
Yeah. It's an interesting psychological phenomenon. What are you feeding into the MAM? Or sorry, the yeah.
In this case, it was excess sheets.
Okay.
And in this case, this container is getting full of wire. So actually what I'm doing is...
When it's Smart Splitter, overflow.
Yeah, Smart Splitter would be nice. But don't have those yet. So I'm putting up like a Mark 1 conveyor to go into it in each case so that it, empties slowly. But the rods are building back up again, and I've just been one at a timing it. Keep on wanting to tap while I'm still in midair. I need more
Yeah.
altitude. Just tap it more.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way.
Trumpkin says, by the time you need the runners, the factories are getting to the size that you need to move faster.
Yep.
I just rush to the doggo cave as soon as I can to make foundations. As soon as I can make foundations. Okay, to be able to build up to it. Yeah, get those Blade Runners super early.
I need to go find that doggo cave.
Yeah.
For future reference, because I never didn't even know about it until
Yeah.
somebody was just now mentioning it.
I think our save for the Gigafactory game is probably the starting location that's the closest to it. And would give you the best access.
Okay.
HD comments and Alexander both said, there's a doggo cave?
Yeah.
It's a cave near the West oil fields that I guess has a bunch of doggos in it, but it's the one that has the Blade Runners and a new helmet thing in there. Doggo cave with a death shrine.
With a what?
Archon says that's a doggo cave with a death shrine. Huh. I'm going to actually add that to our shorts list.
Yeah, do that. Maybe we can go find it together And put that in the shorts.
Alexa says I have like 50 doggos on my save. You get a helmet, a basher, and the runners in that cave. Wow.
A helmet?
Uh-huh.
Okay, in other words, one of those helmets that you
Gas
can
mask?
change to.
Is it a cosmetic or is it the gas mask? Oh, it's a cosmetic. Okay.
Okay.
And Ben from YouTube says, hello, back from school.
All right. Your semester ought to be almost done by now, shouldn't it? Current semester?
No, it's a beat up cosmetic. Oh, Captain said it's what the helmet used to look like way back in the alpha. So early on, the aesthetic for Fix It used to be very beaten up, broken down, worn. And so they actually changed the Pioneer's outfit to make it look brand new again. They changed the helmet style to make it look brand new and altered a lot of that kind of stuff. So I think that happened when they made the change to the storyline of what was going on.
So instead of just accidentally crash landing, you then had a more of a, well equipped. This is an operation rather than just an accident.
So Jay has a technical question for you.
Uh-oh.
Jay
Oh,
just
technical
unlocked
questions.
dimensional depots.
Oh dear.
What's the best item to put them on? Because he only has 8 spheres.
It only has 8 spheres. I would try putting it in a location where you could change out what conveyor goes to it at any one time so that you can get the most use out of it. Because the whole point is getting it in the dimensional depot so that you can use it. So put your most used item like concrete, plate if you're making a lot of foundations. So I make a lot of foundations, and it takes plate and concrete. So I'm putting it on the screen to talk about it. Plate and concrete would be very, very important. If you build a lot of walls here, you've got the same situation, concrete and plate. So if you're building any structures at all, those are the top two that I would put in there at very first. And then, of course, yes, somebody's mentioning Zombie Slayer. It's mentioning the logistics here. You build a ton of conveyors, and they need the reinforced iron plate if you're doing that way, or regular plate if you're just building level ones. The higher level ones, of course, need those too. Ultimately, you'll want a dimensional depot on pretty much every single product that's a consumable that's used in any sort of building, like lights and pole fans, lights and power poles, and wire and everything that you use to make structures. So here I highlight the power pole, and you need wire and rods. The power lines, of course, needs cables. So those are the basics, and really, if you have 6 of them, choose those basics and start loading those things in there first. Concrete and plate would probably be the most important. Possibly cable and wire would come in very close second.
Yeah, I think you covered it perfectly. That's exactly what I would say. So, very nice.
Okay. Oh man, I'm stiff from yesterday. Yesterday we put together the power pole thing that goes on the side of your house or on the pole next to your house that services that gets the wire the power from the road to your house. So we put together one of those power poles, and frankly, once you get all the pieces and parts together, it's pretty heavy. and putting it in place was pretty challenging. But we did get it up. It's now on the side of the house, ready to have the electric company come out and hook it up. So rotors are going slowly, folks.
If there wasn't a, like, what do they say, like a weeks long delay getting them out at this point.
Exactly.
Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry about that.
All right, let's see how our sheet production is doing here. Well, 111 is better than a poke in the eye. So, I have not unlocked dimensional depots yet. So I need to get back to my coal power plant area and at least pick up the stuff that I left there by mistake. I shouldn't have left it there. And now that I have at least 111 sheet, hopefully I can get some of those power plants working and go from there. See if I can follow the power pole back. And I tried to lay the power poles in such a way that I should be able to follow the path to get back.
That's true.
Of course, when I've got a hypertube, that's going to speed things up greatly.
Yep. But you're gonna go with hypertube cannons this time around, right?
Heck no.
Oh, come on.
The dreaded death counters.
Okay, I tell you what, only put the death counter up if it's funny.
If it's funny. Well, it's always funny to you, so how does that define anything?
Oh, that's true. No, I'm busted. Yep, that's what Alexa says. Yeah, I'm busted. Yep. Alexa says you have Caterium to your left. Unfortunately, left and right don't help much with that delay.
Yep.
You tell what cardinal direction that might be useful.
All right. Well, let's see. Of course not. There's just no way that it would go in one stretch. There we go.
Not quite. She says it's up on the hill.
I went for so long without Blade Runners. I remember by the time I got the pipes, I was still trying to jump over the pipes without the Blade Runners. I didn't realize that until now, that you can just jump over these pipes willy-nilly when you got Blade Runners on.
Yeah. Yeah, and one of the things, and this is just, a general game design thing, is that the MAM is an upgrade path, just like unlocking tiers is an upgrade path. But the hub is very explicit about what it does, and the MAM is like, I don't know, what's the MAM for? And so it's very easy to ignore the MAM and ignore everything the MAM does,
Which I did.
which you did for quite a while.
Yeah, which I did for quite a while in my first playthrough.
But just yesterday, you were here just powering through a whole bunch of stuff with MAM because you knew how valuable it was. So.
Exactly. And like I'm doing coal power plants, and I barely got biofuel running the way it should,
Yeah.
and we're already building the first coal plant because, yeah, no, you know how important it is after a while.
Yep. So you don't have to spend hour after hour manually gathering wood like you did in your first playthrough.
All right, let's put some pipes on here and get these things up and running.
I think interestingly, that's part of what gives good replayability to this game.
Oh, and you know, I kept playing the 1.1 so long that realistically I didn't realize how much more information that I had about the game that that I could use.
Yeah.
Yep, there on the back. Okay.
So if
time
you're
for
looking
power
for-
poles.
If you're looking for Caterium, Alexa and Trumpkin have both provided some details. Basically, go south-southwest on the hill peak. On the hilltop, south-southwest from you.
Over here. Southwest would be.
Yeah, but on the
jump
hill.
distance.
Up, so up. See the arch above you? Up. On that thing, to the right.
Really? Up there?
I think that's what they were saying.
Okay. I can't scan for Caterium at this point, so.
Right, you have to find Caterium manually and put in the MAM, and then you'll be able to scan for it once you've already found it. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah. I already found a Caterium node, and I've mined Caterium.
Oh, okay.
So it's a matter of going to the MAM and putting it in there.
Oh, okay.
And yes, I've been up here before. And there it is.
Okay.
And that should be it. And that's Caterium. And then I've got this boulder over an iron mine. Okay. Oh, look what I found.
Nice. How many
Totally
more
by
systems are you up to now?
Totally by accident.
We watch the waves of the effigies in the shallows passing through the windows, and they're all the same. There is no
Alexa says,
precedence
well,
for
Robert, when I started over for my
I just
1.1
called
play,
the Fix-It doctors.
I found
They
2
told me
new
there is
pure quartz
definitely no
nodes
danger
close to my
from repeat
base.
exposure to these
And I was like,
signals.
why did I ship
In
quartz in
fact,
here?
they said
It was
is
right
good
here for the
you.
pipking.
I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly. Otherwise, they would have told you themselves.
And Ada
The
was
good
talking.
news is you should run towards
Yeah.
these strange and dangerous-looking objects whenever you find them. Doctor's orders.
Run toward these strange objects whenever. Well, look what's over there.
Oh, cool. Keep chasing them. We want those dimensional depots.
Absolutely.
I guess that's the only thing I would ask for, or that I would say to add to Jay's comment is, if you only have the depot. Wow, apologies for that.
I've been turning my sound down.
Yeah. I don't get calls very often. If you only have 8 Mercer Spheres, go hunt more Mercer Spheres. You have to do it at some point, and they're useful throughout the entire game, so go hunt more. And then use black magic to dupe them.
You know, in this playthrough, I might just use the black magic. I'm such a bad person for even thinking such a thought.
How dare you? Okay, so Pursued Leopard said, earlier in the stream I commented I was piping a 54 generator plant.
Uh-huh.
Well, the plant is now powered up, and I'm producing 4,400 megawatts of power for a total of 5,400 megawatts. Cool.
Fantastic. Oh. And all I have to do at this point is get power to these, but got a problem.
What's that?
Got to go back home and get rods, unless I've got rods in this case here. And I don't. And I can't make rods because I don't have any ingots. So I'm going to take the goodies here that I forgot to take with me. Keep that, leave that there. And I'm going to take a trip home and go get some more rods out of my storage. And you know, hypertube cannon might be preferable to running through all of this. Take the chance on dying.
Dan the Burger Man says, hunting power slugs and Mercer Spheres is a great way to break up the monotony if you need a break from math and building.
Yep. So
I agree with that. And the world of Satisfactory is so beautiful. Despite the fact that you're covering the whole thing with factories, it is a beautiful world. You know?
Yep, and I'm deliberately building in an area that I've never built before so that I could see more of it.
Yeah. A lot of a success in a game to me comes in beating expectations. And I don't expect a factory building game to be beautiful. And so it is beautiful. It's just such a huge bonus.
Don't have that many rods. And it's not starved for ingots, it's just...
That's just the speed it goes, huh?
Unless...
It's manifold time.
Yep, it's... Well, it's manifold time or it's sharding time. One of the two. When I start running out of key things, there's no reason why I shouldn't use the shards I have anyway. And here's the Caterium ore that I mined before. So let's go see what we've got in the map here. Unknown chemical element. Unlock research. Unlock this research tree. How do you unlock this research tree?
I think that's the SAM line. Oh,
Here's-
sulfur. Sulfur. You're okay.
Okay, so here's the research on the Caterium line. And Ada's talking. Wow, I've unlocked a bunch.
The metal has been named Caterium after Fixit's greatest CEO, Katerina Parks. It has been added as a viable alternative to gold in industrial applications, specifically in advanced electronics due to its superconductivity, malleability, and corrosion resistance.
Okay, so we can now make Caterium ore and quickwire, which I haven't found any purple slugs yet. Okay. I need to go to the workshop here. Makes the more alien DNA stuff. Because something needed alien DNA, but not the DNA capsules. So, to unlock them, I gotta go check that out.
Yep. And solar flare is back.
Oh. Hi there. Good to have you. Yes, that's what it was, right there. 6 more inventory slots, Robert.
Great. That means you could hold 6 more stacks of iron rods.
Or something like that.
Pocket dimension significantly expanded. I worked all afternoon, analyzing the transdimensional confibulatory permutations of alien DNA to achieve this. We are all doing our part for Fixit.
She worked all afternoon. Must have been a heavy work day. We could unlock this and get a rebar gun. Is that valuable at this point? Or should I keep beating on the hogs with my...
I mean, rebar guns are nice, but you're in solo mode and peaceful, so you don't need to shoot me or anything else.
Shoot me or anything else. That's an interesting way to say that. Okay, so what did I... So alien technology, just need to find a man. And we figured that out. So now I should be able to just... any reason to keep the alien capsules, alien protein capsules?
No, those are prime sync targets.
Those are what?
Great for syncing for points.
Exactly. That's so I'm wondering if we ought to, go ahead and just put them into capsules and sync the capsules so we can get more coupons.
Archon does note that explosive rebar is great for clearing stuff.
Yes.
So if you want the rebar gun for that, that would, yeah, it makes sense.
Great for clearing trees and foliage.
Yeah.
What about rocks?
You know?
Okay, I have 27 of these bad boys. Are we ready to
Get coal online?
you want me to stick to my focus here or something? Is that what you're trying to say?
Alexa says, so, Doc, how about powering up the power plant, putting a mine on the Deuterium node, and upgrading those power poles?
How about powering up the power plant and putting a mine on a deuterium node and upgrade
She's
those?
got a whole list for you.
Yeah, she does. Because, gosh, if I have power coming out of the power plant, I can actually, yeah, I could actually power up quite a bit. All right. All right.
And Trubkin says near the power plant there's also Sam and sulfur. So.
Look at the coupons.
Oh my.
That's the power of alien DNA points.
Yeah. Man.
All right. That's fine. We'll just keep on getting the alien DNA. And I'm going to go ahead and print these coupons and add them to my other coupons. And we can go to the store and buy more stuff if we want to. Okay, let me see. I'll just get the last of the rods that they've produced since I last checked. And let's go get... Let's go get those... that Deuterium mine. Get those things powered up. Okay, good. I'm at full health.
Now you get to run the river again.
Yep.
I really, really like the Explorer. I think it handles well and it's a whole lot of fun to drive. But generally, this world isn't built for the Explorer to be super useful. Just...
Now, on the desert, it's fine. You know, even the rocky desert, it's
Yeah.
fine. But you can't do it anywhere here.
They call it the Explorer, but it's like, it's great for local transport. You can't really explore much because there's just too many...
Too much terrain.
Yeah, too much terrain. Too many other fun things to do. You know, a potential pitfall for future Satisfactory. They have such a beautiful factory building game, but they've built enough things at high enough quality. I think it could be an easy temptation to start building features in that are just fun and build a lot of bloat into the game, such as the racing is fun. You know, the vehicles are fun. And if they started building features in to make racing more fun, that'd be bloat and wouldn't... I wouldn't want those features in the game. Despite the fact.
Robert.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
I understand. I just don't like it.
Yeah, like it's, you know, my go-to example is World of Warcraft. I loved World of Warcraft. It was a great game, but they discovered that they had a whole lot of players who weren't there for the main point of the game, which is running dungeons, killing bosses, and they started to appeal to a lot of those players. And now the game is so full of bloat and other activities that they have no specific direction. They also have a lot of bloat because the game's like 20 years old. Not quite, but well, franchise is more than 20 years old. I don't know if that specific game's doing. Caffeinated says the tractor is superior because it flips less than the Explorer. Sure, but it's not as fun. Solo player says, I love the speed. Satisfactory 1.2 update. The exploration update. Feature creep is real, says Trumpkin. Yes.
Yep.
Red Squirrel is raiding with a party of 3. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. All right. Well, we just powered up our first 6 coal power plants. They're all functioning, all ready to go. Plenty of water coming into each one of them. Good.
Red Squirrel asks, how's your build going today?
So far, it's doing fairly well. A little frustrating with the slow conveyor belts.
Yeah.
Still expressing frustration with that. Okay, so we've got production at 449. We got capacity at 749. Consumption at 400. So good. We're still doing the 2-to-1 thing, where our capacity is almost double the consumption, which is really where I want it to be. So we're only consuming 15 coal per minute. We have a pure node down here. We're only exploiting the one pure node over there, and you notice that it's, even with the slow conveyors, it's still not giving any more than what it's still giving more than what is needed there, because it produces 120, I believe.
Yeah.
And these only consume 15 each, but that's all I could afford at the moment.
Well, can we take a look at your power pool? What's your power look like?
I just announced and told everybody what the power looked like.
I know. I'm sorry. I like seeing the graph.
You like seeing the graph
I like
also?
seeing
I just showed everybody the graph. Did you miss that?
I missed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said we are at 749 capacity, almost double what the max consumption is.
Okay,
So
good.
with max consumption being here and production being there, and then the potential production up here,
That's
we're doing
great.
really good. And of course, that's still with our other power, the biofuel power, cranking away down at the main, at our main building. Now, there's tons of room to expand this, and we plan to expand this. In fact, we've got more water to come up here, and we've got more mines down there. So we will constantly be coming back to this and continuing to upgrade and add more to it, especially as the need arises, because the infrastructure is already here just to throw down another power plant, hook it up, and go, and we're done, ready to move along. So we have a suggestion on the table to go plunk a miner down on that Caterium mine and use a little bit of our space there to go ahead and exploit the Caterium mine and get quick wire so we can upgrade our power poles. So that mine is right over here. let's go do that. Production miner. Yeah, let's go ahead and just put that going that direction for now. And it is a normal node, which means it should do 60 per minute. 60 per minute with a Mark 1. Yeah, 60 per minute with a Mark 1.
There we go.
And 60 per minute with a Mark 1, and then we can pull some power from one of these power poles here. It's just, they're just kind of loafing over here with only a innie and an outie. So let's go ahead and grab some power from these power poles. And did you laugh at my comment with just an innie and an outie, or did you laughing at something?
Solar said, it's okay, Doc. No need to talk with a German accent.
Wasn't aware I was doing that, but okay. Okay, so now we've got that. Deuterium wire is simple to make, so let's just so do we just want to go over the edge here and berries? I need food. Okay, so we can go. Interesting. I don't want to encumber this area over here, but I surely don't mind building out this area, extra area over here between in this open space there to go ahead and add more capacity there and put the Deuterium workings right there.
Yeah.
So let's get this.
Captain Cable says, I think I play this all wrong.
You do?
I
Is there a
can't-
wrong way to play it, this game?
I can't function if my consumption isn't a smooth, straight yellow line. Any little fluctuations send me the moon.
Then you play it wrong, because I don't think you can ever get smooth consumption, can you? We've never had smooth consumption. I mean, production line for...
It's possible. It's very hard to do. With perfectly balanced lines, it is possible. There are some where it's just plain impossible. Some machines that just don't use even per consumption. But
Don't use and... Okay, why are these not giving me... Well, okay. Anyway, so, sure, wait, they're too close to link up. God, I did that. That's probably why it wasn't letting me. There's the line. Okay. Yeah, the consumption lines, we've never actually had them really nice at all, so. Okay, we're producing Deuterium ore. Now let's go down here and while that Deuterium ore is building up, we can go ahead and build something up that's going to use, it's going to go ahead and use the mines. Now I'm just going to jump down here. You know, I'm a whole lot less concerned about my health jumping down than I used to be.
yeah.
Or shouldn't have to be concerned about my health, should I?
No, not really. And I think that's one of those mindset things that changes from new versus old video games. You know, it used to be that life was the number one way of telling how good you are at the game, and now it's just like there are games where you just die, and it's okay.
Games where you just die. Okay. Death is just a part of life.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh.
Life is no longer precious, asked Trump. Trumpkin.
Ooh.
And Solo Player asks, when is Doc going to make a tutorial on how to get netherite armor in Minecraft?
When I figure out how to get netherite armor in Minecraft, would that be a good answer?
I think that's a perfect answer.
I'll get nervous about walking out on a platform that hasn't completely um, built in yet. Okay. I have a tree. Wow. I think that's it right there. Yeah, those right there. Good. Okay, chainsaw time.
Okay, Red Squirrel's head now says, Doc, enjoy your stream and happy building.
All right, thank you. Oh, he must. But okay, he was one of the raiders.
Yeah, Red Squirrel is the one who actually raided us. So.
Fantastic. Well, he was obviously done playing for the day, so thanks for joining us for a short time.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, it's a big reveal when you don't play with keep inventory on and, you know, dying is. Sorry, go back to the previous conversation. But that's one of the reasons.
Yeah, when the consequences for dying are lessened.
Yeah.
Just trying to get the trees out from under the platform here.
Yeah, I never played these sort of hardcore games for, sorry, super difficult games for a long time. But back when Diablo 3 came out, I was playing it for a little while and didn't really care for it. Like, I don't know, it just wasn't hitting it for me. I got it free because of a deal they had way back then. But then I decided to play it on hardcore mode. And hardcore mode specifically is, if you die, your character gets deleted. You have to start the game completely over. And I actually enjoyed the game a whole ton more that way.
Really?
And I only play Diablo games on hardcore now. Now, Diablo isn't like Satisfactory where you're building bases. In fact, it's a game where you're trying to level up from beginning to end. You're trying to defeat all the bosses in a row and kill the big bad at the end. So it makes more sense that way, but yeah, if it's not for me, it's just not fun unless I play it on hardcore. So.
Unknown chemical element collected. This non-metallic and multivalent element seems to be present only in a solid state and exhibits a most pungent smell. It is fortunate fix-it helmets are of such high quality.
Trumpkin says, I find that when the
Research it in
consequences for
man
dying
to
are too
establish
high, I'm just not motivated to
classification
play,
potential
and I
application.
find something else to do. Yeah. And that's... I do get discouraged when you die and you now it's like, oh, okay, well now I have to go spend the next 2 hours fixing everything. You know. That depends on game type.
All right.
You mind popping up your map? Cirrus of Lemuria asked if they could see where you are on the map. Well, you can't see much.
No, you cannot really see much.
He's in the northern forest.
Yeah, northern forest. The big oil fields are up here. We built a lot in my last build, all the way along through here, going into the northern forest, putting a train through here.
Yeah.
So yeah, because I haven't really done much in this game yet, it's a little bit difficult to see much on that map. Okay, let's put that away. Okay, so I'm just working my kind of figuring my way down here to put the conveyors to get the Caterium ore down here, and then start building the smelters and such. So I think I'm going to bring the conveyors this direction. Doggone vegetation. Okay, so I want to... Am I coming over to this space here to go down? No, I was going to go over to another. There it is. Yeah, that's where I wanted to be. Okay, let's scoot on down here just a little bit. Oh, come on.
So Alexa says, so Robert, if you want a challenge, try playing Witcher 3 without dying. I have not played the Witcher games. And 100% Not Alan King is here and asked what Doc did before becoming a retired gamer grandfather.
Not Alan King.
Not 100% not Alan King. Nope. And Solar Flare answered, yep, he worked at Boeing.
Worked at Boeing more as a software engineer than a regular engineer, but I come by the honestly in my genes, because I have a great grandfather that was an inventor and had multiple patents under his name, and a grandfather that did the same, and worked as engineers all their life. And then my dad picked up the engineering bug and was a civil engineer all his life. So I ended up being in the software side of things, mostly working with database design, data elements. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and place that right there. That gets it down, gets it to the side of my platform, and now I can start building out around this rock. It's gonna be interesting. Foliage grows back, doesn't it?
I don't think so, no.
Well, that would be nice if it didn't, because I want it gone. Easier to build it when you can see it.
Oh, totally agree.
Do creatures respawn? Do we know?
I also don't believe so. Or maybe they don't respawn if you have buildings nearby or something like that. Sounds familiar, but I don't really know.
All right. I have a 60.
It does unload. Interesting.
Interesting. That could be very interesting. Yeah, let's try that.
What are you doing?
We always build square on these things. Why not build diagonally? I've got this diagonal space here that I want to use.
Oh gosh. Icy Knight isn't here, so sure. Okay, so creatures respawn if you don't have a powered machine within 5 meters of their natural spawn. Is Dan the Burger Man's pronouncement.
Okay.
And yeah, that sounds right. I don't know about the distance, but that sounds correct. The buildings have a point system according to Archon.
Well,
So
you know
if
why
have
we
a building's a sphere, no creature spawns there.
do you know why we build square with the foundations?
Because it won't rotate on diagonals?
Because it won't rotate on diagonals for the foundations.
Nah. Captain says he's about to find out why not diagonally. Oh,
Well,
there we
the
go.
thing is, you can turn foundations, and they can be diagonal. But once you put the foundation, the machines won't build on them diagonally. So,
Right.
well, this is interesting. We don't have enough water.
Okay. So 45 times 6 is less than 300. And Daniel says, I just built your aluminum setup. Cool.
Yeah, we got a flow rate of 37, 38 at this point in the pipe. So it's just not getting enough here. Over here, we're getting 120.
So it looks
And-
like one of your... Oh, you only have one hooked up. That's why. Doc, you only have one extractor hooked up.
And doesn't an extractor do 300?
No, extractor does 120.
Extractor does 120. And each of these use 45,
Yeah.
so it can only support 3, and not even 3 of them.
Yeah, that's why you end up overclocking them. Oh, look at that power. Oh, no. Oh.
Okay, so the consumption is 45 per minute.
That's 270 total. Oscar Fry did the quick math for us.
270 for the 6, which means I need 3 pipes.
Yeah, and you overclock them to... There's a specific amount. I think you overclock them all to 150. I think.
Overclock all of what?
The extractors.
I didn't overclock any of them, but
To get the balance perfect instead of having them... Instead of
Okay.
having...
yep, gotcha.
Yeah.
I just didn't understand whether you were telling me I did or I should or
Yeah, you should. Just don't remember what the combination is. So.
well, it's
Okay, so Tiki Godu says, I just saw the video of you all building for the event, but a tornado hits without warning, cut power.
yep.
In that video, I learned that you're playing with your kids. So, to the young docs, do you have an awesome mustache too? No, I do not have an awesome mustache, unfortunately. Garrett, the other kid, he has quite the good-looking beard. I wanted to really grow it out, but he's been keeping it trimmed. So,
Which
caffeinated. I've been trying to convince Doc to grow a full beard forever. Back when I was a teenager, Doc, actually no, I was like 10 to 12, something like that, when Doc was going to a community college before he got his job at Boeing. He had a full beard. So Doc, you were in your late 30s, I think, and for a short time you had a full beard.
Huh?
And it was the best looking beard on earth. I mean, in my mind, this is also when we were watching Star Trek. My dad looked like Riker, and it was the coolest thing on earth. Unfortunately, he shaved. Okay, solar flares heading out. See you later.
okay, see the pipes will do 300 per minute.
Yes, sir.
So if I wanted a full 300 per minute,
Yeah, you could just do one all the way up.
that would fill up the pipe.
Right.
Max flow rate. What's this max flow rate? Target production rate is 300, but I don't understand.
Max
these.
flow rate. I don't know. I couldn't say right. Yeah.
Okay, so if that's pumping up there at 300 per minute,
And you're only using 270.
yeah, I should have
So you're
solved the
good now.
problem.
Yep. That'll do it. And Megalith asked, and I missed the earlier comment, but he said again, do you guys know an artist called Yellowker?
How does it spelled?
Y-E-Y-I-A... Man, I cannot talk today. Y-A-E-L-O-K-R-E.
Okay. No, I don't. When we go to use these other ones, I just didn't want to leave my. Okay, let's go upstairs and see what's happening. See, they were all working at first because they had all built up things from built up water and stuff from being inactive, and all 6 are running now, Robert.
Okay.
And 2 just went out at the end. And they came back on. Let's see what the water is doing here. Well, it is building up a little bit more water than what it's using. So it'll take a while. Turn to off, wait for it to fill. Fixes the flux issues, yeah.
Yeah, that's one good way of doing it.
But this number, current amount in building, is slowly building up. Okay.
Here we go. Now we're almost back to solid power there.
So I'm just pausing the first one for a bit.
There you go. Oscar Price says, I think you need a pump.
We've got 2 pumps on each pipe.
Yeah, I think the pump's fine, yeah. Is it a coal supply issue?
It does not look like it, no.
Oh,
Let
okay,
me-
so this
let me
last
check
one
this.
is struggling with water. Oh, yeah, it is just struggling with water. Okay. Wait till that thing fills up, and then
Yep.
then you'll be good. Cool.
Because this is the end of the coal line, and
And it has
it's
plenty.
got 100. Yeah. So the coal isn't the issue. Definitely not. And we're just, kind of waiting for the pipe to fill up. It's kind of middle of the road at the moment,
Okay.
and it's starting to fill up.
But it's still flowing through pretty heavy.
Yeah, and it only needs 45 meters cubed. So it's at 79 with the other two turned off at the moment. So in machine it's slowly building up.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'll tell you what, Doc. It is 1 o'clock.
It is. Oh man. Well, we successfully got all six online with just a touch of tweaking there at the end. So that was the main goal for this episode. Collected a bunch of Mercer spheres and unlocked a bunch in the mound. So we did a lot this episode.
Yeah.
Accomplished quite a few things.
Megalith, I'm not. Oh.
Hey, Liz, I'm not what? Ignoring.
I'm not
you.
ignoring him. This artist says Filipino Icelandic singer songwriter wrote something called Harpy Hair.
Harpy hair. Okay.
That's why we need text to speech. Well, guess what? Unfortunately, I'd be approving the text to speech. So you think I'm ignoring you?
Yeah. And Megalith, is Megalith just advertising for himself?
I don't know.
Is he the one writing this text to speech thing?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I think he's just advertising.
There you go.
He's just saying, "You're ignoring me. You need text to speech."
Yeah. Honestly, text to speech would be so nice. I'd love to be able to just, press a button to read out a lot of these comments and whatever. Make it a little
Exactly.
easier on us.
All right, all 6 power plants are running. And if we looked at a power pole at this point, it should be, flatline.
Next project, Megalith, and maybe this is actually for, Giuseppe. We need to clone Doc's voice.
Yep. Need to clone my voice.
We can have Doc give himself advice
Right, exactly.
from chat.
Everybody in chat can talk to me in my voice. The problem is it won't sound like my voice to me.
No, you're right. It won't. We'll do some tweaking. Turn up the bass because we know you like turning up the bass.
Okay. I do sing bass when I sing in choir or sing in church.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks like the pipe is all full all the way down at the end now. So, and it should stay that way because it was building up ever so slowly still, and now it's staying right pegged at 50. So,
Excellent.
got her fixed, got her working. So I'm gonna just call it good here. Look at my beautiful power plants up and running. Appreciate them functioning. Appreciate all the suggestions online, especially that Caterium suggestion. We'll finish this Caterium line and get some Caterium wire and upgrade power poles here really quickly. Appreciate that suggestion from Alexa. So, yes, Boiler Room 5 is running. Yes, Boiler Room 5 is running. Very good. Now at least I understand what that reference is. So, appreciate everybody for coming. Appreciate everybody for renewing their Prime memberships or their regular memberships or their subscriptions, Prime subscriptions, and the memberships on YouTube. We got 42 plus 34. We made it to 76 at this point. So, hey, we're doing good. Appreciate everybody coming. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for Minecraft. And then we'll be back online Thursday for Satisfactory. This is the Satisfactory week where we do 3 Satisfactory streams. So look forward to seeing you then. Until then, goodbye.